Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 with the 2013 mod here on the PC. Tonight it is round 7 and we are heading to Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. So how are you all? Good to see you all. I hope you had a good weekend. Hope you enjoyed the Miami Grand Prix. Certainly one of the better Grand Prix we've had this season. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination with the changes to the rules, but the real test will actually be when we go to Canada as the next Grand Prix, because that is very much a different type of circuit where battery concerns will be much more prevalent than they were at Miami. Miami, quite an energy generous circuit. Lots of heavy braking zones between the long deployment areas to really maximize battery harvesting. Not so much the case at Montreal. So that could really kind of undo some of the goodwill, the papering over of the cracks, perhaps, of the current reg changes that we've seen. But that's still a couple of weeks away. So let's get ourselves onto Canada for the game for 2013 with McLaren, our driver lineup of Schumacher and Button. And let's see if we can start to churn out some good results. We have been really struggling against the board's expectations, because the board, they seem to think that we should be winning the constructors standings this year, which we are not even close to being able to compete at the front of the Grand Prix yet. As you can see, we have had 6 rounds and 6 disappointeds from the board, so this could be tricky. Just trying to survive against that board expectation. It is brutal, absolutely brutal. We do have some development going through. As you can see, we've got a chassis, a front wing and a side pod, trying to maximize the performance of the car where we can. Manufacturing wise, you can see we've got more chassis, front wings and side pods on the way as well. We are continually trying to develop certain areas of the car to just really give it a push forward, but it's slow going. I mean, our speed is looking a little bit healthier. As you can see, we are 4th in top speed, 1st in DRS, 1st in dirty air, mid pack in the cornering. And again, this is according to what the game says, very much different to what the database editor says. We'll just have to hope that we are somewhere in between. Excuse me. So, do we have different spec on our cars, or can we actually get them spec'd up with the same? They've both got the new Mark III chassis. They both have the Mark II front wing, and we have a spare, which is good. Rear wings are both on the Mark II. Side pods were on a Mark III, and they're both on that with a spare. Underfloors, they're both on the Mark II underfloor. And suspension, they're both on the Mark II suspension. Okay, good stuff. Right. Let's check the inbox. Circuit info suggests it's going to be hot, and we're not expecting rain. Okay, let's take a look at the forecast. Oh yeah, that is going to be quite warm, isn't it? We've got a little bit of water on the Friday for practice, and then blazing sunshine on the Saturday for qualifying, but cooler temperatures, and then much higher temperature in the race with some cloud cover. So yeah, tyres are definitely going to be something we'll have to keep an eye on through the race. Let's just clear off. Oh, we got our scout report on Simon Rennie. Didn't we take a look at him? Did we even offer him? No, we didn't offer him a deal. Why didn't we offer him a deal? it down to contracts, cost of buying out our staff. Didn't want to buy out Phil Prue. Tom Stallard. That's his contract. That's why, yeah, because of the contract fees. Okay. Right, okay. Targets to be set. 8th and 9th, and off we go to Canada.
Formula One has arrived here in Quebec, and we're excited to get underway. Let's hope it's not going to be Groundhog Day. The local rodents have disrupted more than one race day here in the past. The Canadian Grand Prix is ready to kick off, and the only drama on the tracks we want to see is the best drivers in the world battling it out for a place on that podium.
Red Bull have outscored their rivals to be at the top of the constructors' table right now. But there are a lot of contenders and plenty of races still to go.
Now let's get the weekend underway.
I forgot to mute my mic for a second there. Apologies if you heard me chomping away on the sausage roll. Right. Evening Dino, evening Army, evening Foamy. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat. As always, please do feel free to say hello. And if you've got any questions, ask away. We'll see what we can do to answer those for you. Right. Into practice. We're going to be starting on inters. Let's take a look at car parts, see if we can maybe switch out to some older spec bits. We can with the engine there. That ERS is already looking a bit dodgy. That gearbox is already starting to look a little rough as well. Moving over to Button's car, still looking good here. Still on the spec 1 engine. Yep, Mark 1 engine. And same for gearbox. Okay, right. With all that done, we need to do run plans and setups. So we'll start with the run plan. Normally 21 laps if you want to do 2 runs around the circuit with a nice even break in the middle. We're going to go for just 20 laps. Hopefully that will be all we'll need. What's my car part knowledge at? Ooh, 49%. Well, we're probably going to be calling them in, so we might send them back out for a second run as soon as we get some feedback. Because this isn't necessarily the most straightforward circuit to set your car up for. There we go. Right, now we can do some setups. So, let's see. We want to start with... I think we'll go with an 11.5. It's going to be... more likely going to be a 12, but I want to try an 11.5. So let's go with a little bit more front wing to compensate for the lower rear wing. And we're going to go with a 1.9. And then I'm going to bring this up just a little bit. And I'm going to bring this up to about there, I think. And then for the second car, this time we're going to go with a little bit more rear wing. So we'll go with a 12 on this one. And we'll go with a little bit less front wing as a result. I'm going to bring this in slightly as well. We'll go with a 2.8 on this. And then, again, we'll go with about a 3.2, but this time we'll only go up to a 0.8. Let's try that. And set them out.
Okay, that's green light.
Let's take a look at the weather forecast, actually. Let's have a look. It's going to stay wet pretty much throughout the entire session.
Loud and clear.
Let's get them avoiding high-risk curbs. There we go. Just want to check something.
Just be mindful of curbs.
Ooh, that's a mistake for Schumacher. Don't hit the wall. Don't hit the wall on the way out. Alright, so Fimey was saying that he's done an updated video. Just going to pull that over. And let's pop that in while our drivers are still doing their thing. There'll be no sound on this just because there's music and I don't want it to be copyright struck. So, the West McLaren. This is a livery I've wanted to run in this game for so long. So it's great that we're actually going to be getting this now. And then we've got my beloved 641, the 1990 Ferrari. Which I have actually started to try and make in Blender. I'm a very, very long way away from being able to show anything yet, but I have made a very basic start. And then we've got EJ's 7-Up Jordan. This is a different video to the one that I showed, well, a week and a half ago. Because there are new cars and some changes in there as well. Here's the first of the new ones. The John Player Special Lotus. Just look lovely. And then I was not expecting this one, the Brabham Martini. Or Martini Brabham. Something from the 70s. And then the reworked Lotus livery from 1990. This time with the camel logo and cannon instead of DeLonghi. There we go. Fantastic stuff. It makes you happy. It does. It does. It really does. Right. Let's talk about Miami, shall we? What a start to the year Kimi Antonelli is having. 3 back-to-back wins. Making history as well. He is the... I think the only driver to ever win his first 3 Grand Prix from pole position in history, which is pretty amazing, really, when you consider all the things, you know, all the drivers that we've had in the past with all the different driver car combinations that were so potent. You know, that is a hell of an achievement. Right, we have feedback in from Michael. Let's have a look. 93%. That's a pretty good start. Let's just see what Jensen thinks. Okay. 99%. Ooh, so much closer. Pretty much spot on.
Understood.
That's really, really good. So yeah, a little bit of history made for Kimi. He is setting records this season and will probably continue to do so as the year progresses. Yeah, really, really pleased to see him starting to shine this year, because we've always talked about what a potential talent he was going to be, but we didn't really see any of that last year. We saw little bits here and there, little sparks of brilliance, but there was no real consistency last year. This year, what can you say? 3 back-to-back pole positions, 3 back-to-back Grand Prix wins. He is the definite article, and I do still worry a little bit about consistency. I think there is still a chance that he will maybe struggle a little bit to maintain. As the season goes on. I think we saw that to a degree with Oscar last season. Oscar started buckling under the pressure a little bit, and I do worry that Antonelli may have a similar kind of journey of his own to go on this season. But I mean, what a great start. That's all you can really ask for, is to start the season strong and then try and keep it going as long as you can. So, I mean, yeah, fantastic. Really, really pleased to see him do well. Ferrari not looking quite so good this weekend, despite bringing 11 separate upgrades onto the car. They seem happy that they're working. It's just McLaren took a big step forward. They looked very quick. Red Bull looking pretty good, especially with that new upside down wing of their own. Geez, that thing is huge, that slot gap that it opens up, isn't it? So whereas the Ferrari wing, let's see, if this is the front of the car, and this is the rear of the car, so this is the rear wing, the Ferrari wing opens up like that and then closes back up like that. The Red Bull wing opens up like that and creates a massive gap, because the bottom half of the rear wing that's still there on the Ferrari as it does its opening thing is part of the thing that moves with the Red Bull wing. and it just creates this huge gap. So if you say looking at like that with the Ferrari wing, it's like nearly double, if not double, with the Red Bull wing. How much of a benefit that gap actually makes, I don't know. I still wonder whether or not the collapsing rear wing that we see on Alpine is the right way to go. But I mean, I don't know, maybe by channeling the air through that gap like a more conventional DRS, like we see with some of the other teams like Mercedes and McLaren, with their more conventional DRS style rear wing. Maybe channeling the air through that slot gap that opens up creates a better benefit than Alpine's rear wing that just collapses on itself and then there's nothing atop of it at all. I don't know. Maybe there's an acceleration of the air which creates better pressure, or I don't know. I'm not very mechanically minded or aerodynamically minded, when it comes to that kind of thing. So I don't know whether, which concept is the best. But I mean, that rear wing on Red Bull visually looks impressive. Looks very impressive. I'm kind of curious to see if anyone else is going to go that way now, and if they're going to go the Ferrari way or the Red Bull way. So we've got two competing styles of rear wing, which open up 180 degrees. One opening forwards for Ferrari, one opening backwards for Red Bull. And I'm curious as to which of those two concepts now is going to win out in the upside down battle. That should be an interesting one to keep an eye on over the season. We saw some more unnecessarily aggressive driving from Max, I would say. At times during the Grand Prix, where once again he was right up to the borderline of acceptability. I understand that it's what makes Max so good. I just don't like to see it where he's deliberately driving cars to the point where they driving the opposing cars to the point where he will crash into them if they do not yield. And I just don't like to see it. There must be a better balance, I think. To me, it makes...
And we want to generate some temperature for this outlap.
I'm not quite sure the best way to put this into words. It makes me disappointed that he has to resort to such tactics, I think, when he is clearly so talented. So, maybe it's just he was caught up in the fact that he actually had a car that could compete of sorts this weekend. It was still not right there at the very, very top again, but certainly a lot more competitive than we've seen them be throughout the season so far. I mean, what do you guys think? What were your thoughts from the weekend in general? Let me know, and we will discuss. Evening, Daniel. Daniel says, I hope Lewis doesn't leave F1 at the end of the season. I don't think he will. I think Lewis is reinvigorated. I think he's having so much more fun this year than he has done in the past 4 years. So, I think he'll stick around for next season as well. I don't see any immediate reason for Ferrari to not sign, not have him in the team next year. And I'm pretty sure that Lewis has no reason to walk away at the end of the season. So we'll see.
DRS is enabled.
Dino says if an opposing driver has to actively avoid an accident, it's not a good passage for bully tactics. There's a fine line between bully tactics and clever racing. You do have the right to determine your line, going through a corner. And it is a legitimate thing to shut the door and force your opponent to lift or go off the track. But it's a very fine line. And for me, more often than not, I feel that Max crosses that line. Which starts to border less on the aggressive, more into the reckless. And we kind of saw that a lot last season when he was struggling in Spain and ended up losing the plot completely and coming together with George Russell, getting him that penalty. When we were at Mexico and he was just chopping Norris and forcing Norris off the track at every opportunity. There are times when he takes it way too far. And I really wish he wouldn't. Because it's unnecessary, I think. Army says, disappointed about Charles closing the rear wing on the last lap and then spinning and losing a couple of places. Yeah. That was a bit of a strange one. That spin from Leclerc, hitting the wall pretty hard. Managing to keep the car going, but obviously nursing a major problem. And he ended up cutting a lot of corners, which got him a 20-second penalty at the end of the race for cutting the corners. And they said that the fact that the car had sustained some damage was not a good enough reason, because it was not a serious enough issue to justify his actions. So, yeah, it wasn't great. And he ended up finishing up in 8th place behind Hamilton, and that's points lost for Ferrari. Welcome back, Foamy. You think that the Ferrari chewed its tyres? Yeah, it definitely did not have the tyre wear that the drivers were expecting. The car looked really good on its tyres in the sprint, not so much in in the race. I'm kind of disappointed as well that we never actually got to see any rain. There was this big talk about thunderstorms, and it was going to be horrific conditions, and so they brought the Grand Prix forward a few hours to try and mitigate that, but we didn't see any rain at all. And we have yet to see these cars run in the wet, bar half a day in Barcelona in pre-season, and only 2 teams went out, and that was Red Bull and Ferrari. So yeah, I'm curious to see how these cars are going to work in the wet. Montreal is a track though where we can sometimes get interesting conditions, so maybe we will see some rain in Canada when they go to Canada. But yeah, a little disappointed we didn't get some intermediate conditions, where they fluctuated a little bit.
Understood.
All right, so we nailed Jensen, with that little tweak, we went the right way. But we have gone the wrong way with Schumacher and made his car worse. And we're going to call the drivers in now. They've done enough running today. There we go. So we went the wrong way when we made that change. So that needs to go out that way. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
The pit lane is
We'll
wetter.
try it and see what happens. Red Bull rear wing's not the same as Ferrari, it's very different. Oh yeah, we were talking about that while you were away. The Ferrari wing likes to open forward, the rear wing on the Red Bull opens in the opposite direction, and it takes away a good chunk of the bottom part of the wing as well, so it opens up this massive gap. So whereas it's just like the top plane on the Ferrari that rotates, it's like the entire part of the wing just flips up. Almost, I think the most obvious visual would be those toys of the dust carts, the bin lorries, where the whole thing would just lift up, but you know, because it was a toy, you could actually lift it all the way over the top, and it's kind of like that, where the whole back half of the wing just flips on top of itself. It's very impressive, but I don't know what the performance gain is compared to the Ferrari's wing. All right, there we go. That is the end of first practice. So, we have got one of our cars where it needs to be. The Ferrari's looking strong, look. Although, dry weather tyres, pretty much everyone else set their time on Inters. Yeah, pretty good start to the session. Jensen's car is optimised. Michael's still needs a little bit of work. But we're looking strong. We'll take a quick ad break, and then we'll crack on with the rest of practice. Alright, into practice 2. We are once again looking at some wet weather. 1.13 mil on the track, so we're going to have to start this one on Inters as well. Let's see, driver prep's at 40%. We'll go another 20 laps. There we go. We do need to start thinking about what tyres we want to hand back. Let's check the forecast as well. Is it going to stay wet most of the session? Might dry up here at the end, just like it did in the previous session. I think McLaren probably should have won the race. I think they had a good opportunity. I don't think they necessarily deserved it on outright performance, but I do think they definitely had a chance. I did enjoy watching George moaning and complaining, oh, it's not really my kind of circuit, blah, 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 blah. To try and justify his very obvious lack of performance versus Antonelli. I really am starting to massively dislike George Russell. Audi are finding out F1's not easy. No, it's not. It really isn't. And apparently Aston would have qualified last in the GP2 race. Oh, wow. The GP2 engine may not even be good enough for GP2. Maybe it's a GP3 engine. Did I see the new car liveries? Yes, I did. We showed the video while you were away. Very surprised to see Brabham Martini popping in there. Wasn't expecting to see that one. I remember you saying that you were going to start work on the John Player Special Lotus.
Warm the tyres where you can.
Let's get them avoiding curbs. There we go. I appreciate the updated Lotus livery as well. The Camel Lotus livery. Looking very nice. I actually started trying to do stuff in Blender for the very first time on Sunday evening, Monday morning. I've got as far as finding the images to work from and creating the planes for top view, side view, and front view of the car. And I'm going to start trying to build the Ferrari 641. I'm not expecting miracles, but I'm very curious to what my efforts will turn out to be. But that's pretty much as far as I've got, because I've never ever used Blender before. So the tutorial video is going through step by step, but he's also making those steps very, very fast indeed. Right, we have feedback from Schumacher. Did we get it right? Please say we got it right. No, but we got it better. We'll call them in. Yeah, I mean, he's marketed this. I say marketed. He's labelled his video series as a tutorial, step by step for beginners. But and he's got a little prompt in the bottom corner of the screen with the mouse with 3 buttons, and then he pops letters in as well to show which letters he's pressing on his keyboard. Problem is, it's marked as someone for beginners, but then he goes, "So we're going to do this, 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 this," and it's just like, what? And the prompts pop up on the screen so quickly and then disappear again so quickly. It's just, you know, but if I try and slow it down, I can't understand what he's saying because it distorts his voice too much. So I'm just having to constantly, you know, play like a few seconds, pause, try and figure out what he did, where he went to click somewhere on the screen, go back and watch the same 4 or 5 second clip like 3 or 4 times just to try and figure out what's going on. So yeah, it took me. It probably took me an hour just to build the planes for with reference images. That's it. That's as far as I've got so far. and that took me an hour. I will get comfortable with it at some point, but it's going to be a journey to get there, I think. Right, how are we looking on feedback for Jensen? Driver prep is at 95. A little bit way to go. So we're at 97, 98% prep overall. What tyres do I want to have back? I think 2 sets of mediums and a set of hards. Problem is, we know that the Red Bull has got insane tyre wear. So this is not a circuit I think we'll even have a chance of staying with them. I think they're going to be just too fast.
The pit lane is wetter.
Right, we're doing Jensen for the day. Need to send Michael out on a set of mediums for a very, very short run later in the session. Just a single lap. Evening, Wayne. Keeping an eye on that time. 10 minutes left in the session. We're almost there with that feedback. And of course, because we're still learning car part knowledge with Michael being on track, it's improving Jensen's prep level as well. We're sending him out for 2 single 1-lap runs in the next session, a lap on hards and a lap on mediums. Assuming we nail Michael's setup, we'll probably only send him out doing the same. Just waiting on that last little bit of feedback. I'm hopeful we'll get it before we need to call them in for tyres. There we go. Nailed it. Fantastic stuff. Let's call them in. Yeah, when I have my PC built, I made sure I'd got a really good chipset, as well as a good graphics card, so that I could do, editing stuff and rendering stuff, as well as just doing, gaming. So I've got a 9914 900K as my chip. Tyres, we need to change the tyres. There we go. We'll call him in. And there we go. That's us done with second practice. Third practice is going to be a very, very short affair for us. Yeah, we are done with Schumacher. We're almost there with Jensen. Just needs a tiny bit more track knowledge. So we'll leave them as they are.
Okay, that's green light.
GPU prices are off the scale. Yeah. They are crazy at the moment. Just like memory prices as well. There we go. Quick installation lap on those tyres just to make sure that those are the ones that get handed back. And now for a set of mediums, same again. Jensen's going to have to run a couple of laps here. Yeah, hopefully I won't need to upgrade my GPU for a while. I've got a 4070 Super. So, I should be pretty good for a few years yet. Especially because I'm not trying to play the latest, AAA blockbusters on Ultra with massive ray tracing, etc., etc.
So no risk on the curbs.
And there we go, Jensen's done, so we can call him in as well now. So that's it for us for practice. Both of our drivers have got their cars fully prepped. Car park knowledge is getting closer to maxed again, which means in future we won't have to run on track quite so much. It's all looking pretty good. Now we're just going to see whether or not our pace and DRS and dirty air will actually be effective around this circuit compared to the big boys. So, Vettel's done a 1:16.6. Hamilton very, very close. Vettel now onto softs. Massa pops up into second place. Vettel's stuck behind one of the caterers at the moment. So we're not seeing true pace out of Vettel yet as Raikkonen goes through. Now Vettel is free. We should start to see his pace pick up. He's steaming up to the back of Rosberg, and there we go. Might even be getting a bit of a toe off the back of Rosberg here. Rosberg now getting a toe off the back of Hamilton. Vettel into the pits. It is going to be Mercedes and Red Bull as the teams to beat here this weekend, I think. I haven't seen Alonso on some softs yet. Off again. Gesture control doesn't work very well. There we go. So it is Rosberg who ends up topping the session. Vettel gets a little bit closer again. And that is just done with practice. So, next up is qualifying.
Now it's time to see who'll come out on top as qualifying gets underway.
The circuit Gilles Villeneuve isn't a permanent track, so circuit evolution is high over the Grand Prix weekend. Overtaking is possible, but getting a well-timed lap in qualifying will help any driver.
We can see the Ferrari driver there, Karun. How do you think they're going to be feeling heading into qualifying?
Looking at the lap times, we saw a real lack of pace from them in practice. They never looked quite comfortable with the setup, and they'll need to try something new for qualifying if they want to get past Q1.
So stay with us, folks. It's sure to be a good one.
Alright, let's see if practice has paid off as we head into qualifying. We need to change out some engine parts. Got to keep going with that ERS and just hope it doesn't develop an issue. That gearbox will be fine for this race, and then after that we'll probably have to downgrade it to a practice engine or a practice gearbox. We're going to switch to a new engine for Jensen. Everything else is still on his first round of parts, and let's hit the track.
Sessions should be starting now.
While we don't have stellar pace, we should be able to get through, I hope, the first 2 sessions using just a single set of tyres. Jules Bianchi is the first driver out. Mark Webber making his way out as well. We don't tend to ride with Webber too much, so let's keep an eye on him. We can see De Resta's going to be carrying some kind of engine issue into the race weekend from this point on. As Bianchi gets started, let's take an eye on what's going to happen with the track temperatures. Going to get very warm at the very end of the session. Should stay pretty stable until around here, and then it'll cool off a little bit before punching up again. A bit more traffic heading out now. We've got Hamilton, both of the Force Indias also on track. There will be a problem potentially for Webber here, as Charles Pic also looks to leave the pit lane. Is he going to get in the way? Possibly going to hold up Webber here. Webber's able to get through just in time. Right, now we're going to send out our drivers. Bottas popping out behind Jensen. Right, take it easy, Foamy. Catch it a bit. Maldonado onto the track as well. Be our first real indicator of front running pace. And it's a 1:14.7, 2.2 seconds quicker than Jules Bianchi. Right, switching our focus over to Jensen. Lock up for Pastor Maldonado.
Now this is turn
Evening,
6.
Arctic.
Very heavy on the brakes. Now they did leave it very late.
I think It was very... what's the word I'm looking for?
And drive straight out, track will be clear.
Let's go.
I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for. It's there. It's bouncing around in my head, but I can't quite pull it out. Yeah, I think it was very interesting that Pastor Maldonado, one of the most erratic drivers out there, ran number 13 on his car. It was very serendipitous, I think is the word I was looking for. Di Resta's gone top by 5 thousandths of a second. Good lap from Paul Di Resta. Very good lap indeed. Hamilton now goes top. He is half a second quicker. And Button's gone purple in the first sector. Strong middle sector as well. We've got a Sauber in front of us. That's Esteban Gutierrez. Gets out of the way. Schumacher down about 3/10 at the moment. And across the line for Jensen. And he slots into second by just 9 thousandths of a second.
P2. Last lap was good.
Here comes Schumacher. And he's down about 4.5 tenths. We've got Felipe Massa out there as well. He's looking slower than Schumacher. Evening, Joe. Oh, and he's getting some bad traffic. I think he had to lift. Let's see if his final sector is a way off. Yeah, it was. Look, yeah. He was a second off in the final sector. So, not a good lap for Massa. Vettel is out of the pit lane. As Chilton goes through to start his lap. We've got Alonso a couple of corners ahead. Oh no, wait, Alonso's leaving the pits. That must be Massa on his in-lap then, in front.
Pit lane speed limiter on.
So stopping your marks and then engine off.
Hulkenberg up to P7. Chilton keeping it clean. But I mean, it's Marussia, so it's not going to be quick. Any rain forecast for this Grand Prix? No. We had the rain on Friday practice, and it's dry now for the rest of the weekend. And it should be pretty hot, temperature-wise, on race day. So Vettel now starting his lap. It's right on board. Watch those sectors go purple. That's the first one. Attempt. Here comes the second split. That's purple as well. Alonso comes up to the first sector split. Ooh, very, very close there. Across the line, and it's purple all the way around. And how much quicker is he? A couple of tenths quicker. Two and a half tenths, I think. Catch the end of Fernando's lap. Webber improving as well. He goes to P2, 10th away. Webber up slightly in the middle sector, down slightly in the first sector. What about the final sector? Down again, but he pops up above Hamilton. So into third place. Rosberg is out there, matching Webber. Bouncing over the curves through the final chicane. Up to the line he comes. And he is good enough for P5. Pops up just ahead of Jensen by 0.08 of a second. So I think by my maths that puts him 0.01 of a second behind Hamilton, who's getting ready to start his next run. Yeah, there we go. 1,000 separating the two Mercedes drivers. Both of the Lotus drivers are out, and they are setting pretty much identical times at the moment. Here comes Kimi. He splits our two drivers. Grosjean looking to do the same. Yeah, Schumacher's first run not the best. And Grosjean just a 100th of a second behind. Hamilton's just set a new purple first sector. What about the middle? Not purple, but very, very close. This could put him top. Track is definitely ramping up a bit. We will not need to run again to get through this session, but I don't think that kind of gap with Schumacher would be safe in Q2. So we may have to stick a new set of tyres on in Q2 at the end of the session. Hamilton does go top by a couple of tenths. So Massa very much in the drop zone right now, but he did get that really bad block at the end of his lap, coming out of the hairpin. Let's see what he can do to improve. Gets past Max Chilton. It's a slow-moving Force India. Let's pull the rest up. Gets out of the way. 4 minutes left in the session. line and improves his time by about 9/10 of a second. He's still a long way off though. Kimi Raikkonen's left for another run already. Massa pops up into 7th, so that puts Schumacher down to 10th. But he'll be safe. He won't get knocked out in this session. Ooh! That wasn't very sporting there from Esteban Gutierrez. I mean, it's all right for Massa that he'd already done his lap, but even so, we've got someone trying to come through. I think it's De Resta. It is. Decent first sector. We've got a little flurry of activity in the pits as Adrian Sutil leaves along with Pastor Maldonado. A couple more cars in front. Grosjean and I think one of the Williams cars, maybe. Maybe not. Let's see. So we've got Maldonado. We've got Hulkenberg there. That might be the car I was seeing behind Grosjean is Hulkenberg. Webber's on a flying lap and he's got some traffic ahead. Quite a bit of traffic actually. As one of the Ferraris goes through as well. It's Alonso. No improvement in the first sector. Still a very quick first sector though. Same for Webber. No improvement there. I think Webber might get held up here. Oh, it's going to be okay. They didn't split and go either side. That would have really screwed him over if that was the case. Daniel Ricciardo, we've not seen one of the Toro Rossos yet. Ricciardo in the drop zone needs a good lap here. Hamilton in front on a slow lap. That's Gutierrez pushing in front of him, I think. Hamilton clears the way. Yeah, Gutierrez and Ricciardo pretty much neck and neck at the moment in terms of time. And Maldonado's looking to improve as well. He's on an out lap, actually on a flying lap now. Tucked up behind Adrian Sutil. Okay, where's Gutierrez going to get to? He goes to P13. Ricciardo goes to P13, just above him by 1/10 of a second. Here comes Nico Hulkenberg. Up in the first sector, but slightly down in the middle. Should theoretically jump the pair of them. Maybe even Verne as well. He does get ahead of Verne. Up to 12th place. That puts Sutil in the drop zone. There's Maldonado, not improving. Looks like Maldonado might be exiting this session. And Sutil does get ahead of Gutierrez. Valtteri looking for a lap as well. Maldonado is out. Jules Bianchi is out as well. He's not going to have time to start his lap. Crosses the line now, and yeah, wasted opportunity. Valtteri's found a little bit of time in the middle sector. Just needs a tiny amount, just needs to find 1/10 to get past Gutierrez. Can he do this? Or is he going to get eliminated with his teammate? Pushing hard for the line. Is it enough? No, it's not. He didn't improve at all. He lost a bit too much time in the opening sector. So Valtteri is out, along with Pastor Maldonado. Van der Garde is looking to improve, but he's a long way off the Williams cars, let alone getting through. He crosses the line. He does not improve. So he is out along with teammate Charles Peak and the two Mauritius of Jules Bianchi and Max Chilton. They are the 6 cars eliminated at the end of Q1. Alright, into Q2. We're going to use those same tyres that we ran in Q1. See if the track temperatures are a little bit higher this session. I only used 5% on that first run, so we can probably use these tyres for 2 runs and still hopefully get an improvement on the second run. Let's see how we do. Track temperature, 44.5 degrees. Definitely a little bit warmer than it was, and it's going to stay warm all the way through this session. Let's get out early this time. See what kind of pace we can do. Hamilton and Webber both out early as well. So is Massa. So we've got some big hitters out of the pits very early here. And off to start his lap for Michael Schumacher here. We are going to catch Massa at some point on the lap.
You're good to open the lap.
Jensen's not going to catch anybody. Will be caught by anybody. It's a clean lap for Jensen. No one coming out the pits right in front of him. 22.2 for Schumacher. I imagine Jensen will go slightly quicker. It does. 22.8 in the middle for Schumacher. I would expect to see a 22.7 for Jensen. Hope Massa gets out of the way. Actually, Massa started pushing, so he's not going to be an issue. Might even give us a very distant slipstream. Too far ahead for that. Hamilton's going quicker than the pair of us. It is a 22.7 for Jensen. 29.4 for Mick. Mike. Mickle. And then let's see what Jensen does. Is he a couple of tenths quicker? He's a tenth quicker. So 2.5 tenths between the two. Hamilton looking fast. Getting a nice little benefit of running behind Mark Webber here. As they go past the Toro Rosso of Daniel Ricciardo. And Hamilton goes top. Webber goes into third place behind Jensen, ahead of Michael. There's Rosberg exiting the pit lane. Massa does. He pops up into third place, 0.003 of a second ahead of Webber. And Ricciardo's had a horrible first sector, 25.3. He would have been blocked by someone coming out of the pits, quite possibly Fernando Alonso.
Okay, so remember pit lane speed limiter.
Stop on the marks, attack into the box.
Let's see what Kimi Raikkonen can do. (22.0) for Vettel. But, track getting a little busy now. Grosjean is about to leave the pit lane. So is Adrian Still. Di Resta exiting the hairpin. Vettel puts in a mighty final middle sector. It's been a good first sector for both Alonso and Rosberg. Not quite as quick as Vettel. Still solid nonetheless. Up to the line for Seb. And it's good enough for P2. He's a 10th off Hamilton. Here comes Alonso. And Alonso's good enough for P2. 0.06 of a second slower than Lewis's time. You can see Jensen leaving the pit lane. Paul Di Resta.
Warm the tyres where you can.
Looking to do something. Not a great first sector, 23.4. Not good at all. And over the line for Paul Di Resta. It's 1.9 seconds off the pace. Grosjean looking a lot more competitive. Satil has also had a bad first sector. I think that's just a lack of pace. I don't think there was traffic. Speaking of traffic, we've got two Saubers here in front of Grosjean. Both get out of the way. I don't think there's any lifting involved.
And drive straight out, drive straight out. Track will be clear.
Jensen starts pushing.
Let's go.
And Grosjean goes to P5. So Jensen down to P6 now. Schumacher down to P9. He's about to hit the final chicane to start his lap. There he is. So Jensen's going to have a nice smooth run through the lap in terms of traffic. Won't be quite so straightforward for Michael. Find a small improvement in the opening sector. Jensen's not improving at all here. But I think he'll be safe based on the times of everybody else so far. Threads the needle between the two cars in front.
So you are P6.
Yeah, no improvement at all for Button. Schumacher found a little bit of time in the middle sector as well to bring him a little bit closer, maybe alongside Massa's time. No improvement at all. He lost more time in the final sector than he gained in the opening two sectors. It's a little small element of risk, but I think we should be okay. Just debating whether or not we should send them back out again. Ricciardo crosses the line, goes to P11, and he is closer than I would like. See what condition the tyres are in when we get back to the pits. It's going to be a tight sort of session here. See who gets through, who goes out.
Pit lane speed limiter on. Stop in front of our garage.
That was a very good lap from Ricciardo. That's thrown me a little bit. I wasn't expecting him to be that quick. Tyres at 84%. Yeah, let's go for it. On the same tyres. One last roll of the dice. Hulkenberg with a decent first sector. Not quite quick enough. Let's see what his middle looks like. 22.9. He's certainly going to close the gap.
Temperature for this outlap.
Have I taken an unnecessary risk here by not putting brand new tyres on? Hulkenberg is about 3 and a bit tenths away from Schumacher's time. He is the driver I'm concerned about. See who that behind is. That's Romain Grosjean, I think. Actually, it might be Kimi Raikkonen. Let's see. It is Grosjean.
Let's go.
Here we go. Now we got a yellow flag. That's a lockup for somebody. It's a lockup for Alonso.
This is what happened. Keep watching Alonso with this one. Nothing at this point. Struggling with the car. Just unable to control the car by that point.
It's not turn 5. Not even close to turn 5. Alright, Vettel goes purple in the first sector. Button, another 22-1. This is the driver that we're focused on. This is the one that's uncomfortable. Oh, come on. Dangerously parked in the braking zone there. I'm not too worried about Raikkonen going quicker than us. It's whether Ricciardo goes quicker than us. I think we should be safe from him. Schumacher's found a 10th in the, maybe, in the middle sector. As has Jensen found a small improvement in the middle sector. Vettel just 7,000ths of a second behind Hamilton.
If you could keep your pace up on the in-lap.
And Schumacher finds about 400ths of a second. Raikkonen goes top with a mighty lap, but it's Ricciardo that we're curious about. He starts his lap. No. He did not get across the line in time to start his lap, so we are safe from any last gasp shenanigans there from Danny Rick. So it is Ricciardo, Hulkenberg, Gutierrez, Verne, Di Resta and Sutil who are eliminated at the end of Q2. Alright, this is it then. We are through to Q3. We've used just one set of tyres so far. So we should now have 4 sets of softs waiting for us. And there we go. We've got 4 sets. Let's start with the scrub tyres. No, we are going to start with the new tyres. I wanted to make sure that we would definitely improve on the second run, but there's also the risk that we might not get a clean second run. So rather than just making sure we get a clean run with rubbish tyres, let's get a good time on the board and then hope we can improve on the second run. Let's see what the temperatures are going to be. Pretty stable, not going to be much movement. Track is a little cooler at the moment, 40.8 degrees. We're going to go out early.
Sessions should be starting now.
And let's just pray that nobody pops out as we're coming through. Right, Vettel coming out. Who else? Who else? Rosberg. He looks like he might be close to the back of Jensen, actually. Yeah, pretty close. Not quite close enough to get the toe. But if he's quicker than us, he'll catch us and get a toe that way. I want to pay attention to tyre temps on this run. Right, Schumacher's tyres are switching on before he gets to the chicane. That's good. That's what I wanted to check.
Good gap in front.
Jensen's haven't
You're good
quite,
to open the lap.
but they will before he crosses the line. There they go, switching on now. That's Hamilton leaving his pit box, but will be through into turn 2 before he gets out of the pit lane. .22.1 for Schumacher. That's the quickest he's gone through Sector 1 all weekend. Jensen again, fractionally quicker. And Rosberg 10th up. No surprise there. .22.7 for Michael in the middle. I would expect similar from Jensen. My clone has arrived. For whatever reason, the Canada track is bad for you. In what way? What about it is bad? Well, Vettel is flying, isn't he? So there we go. Schumacher actually quicker than Jensen this time by 24 thousandths of a second.
Pace was good.
Pace-wise. The AI tends to be very aggressive with its pace and its tyres around this circuit, so it might just be that, you know, the AI is absolutely pushing its tyres like crazy. Right, Hamilton is expected to be one of the players for pole, along with Alonso. And see what he can do.
Attack the
He's a couple of
box.
cents up on Grosjean's efforts. This is going to be slower than Vettel, but it might be quicker than Rosberg. How close is this going to get? Oh, it's just behind Rosberg. 75 thousandths behind. Here comes Alonso into the middle sector. As Grosjean pops up to 6, we are ahead of Grosjean. That's encouraging. Let's prep for another run. There's Massa. He is down about 3/10 in the background. Alonso goes to P4. A little slower than I was expecting from Fernando. What about Mark Webber? He's got Raikkonen tucked up right behind him. Raikkonen's going to get a mighty slipstream down the back straight here. It's cost him a tiny bit of time in terms of dirty air and braking zones so far, but this is where it should pay dividends. .29.2 matched by Raikkonen, but he just didn't quite have enough pace where he needed it. So Webber's into P3, Raikkonen P8 behind Jensen. It's about as good as I could hope for, really, us being in 6th and 7th. We've got Vettel and Rosberg out there on a warm-up lap. That is Rosberg just there. Vettel is just a little bit further ahead. There's Sebastian. There's Rosberg. We're not in their league, pace-wise. The only way we're going to be able to compete with them in the Grand Prix is if there's a problem for either of those seats. A very short pit stop time here. Probably around about 18 seconds for a stop. Although you do lose quite a bit of significant time out of turn 2 on the run up to turn 4 through the sort of the kink at 3 here when you're exiting the pits. Right, Rosberg starts his lap. Let's send out Jensen. And now we'll send out Michael. Vettel has gone purple in the opening sector. Rosberg almost able to match it. These two definitely looking like they're going to lock horns here. Alonso popping out behind Schumacher.
Where you can.
And is that Massa coming out as well? Yeah, he's right behind, I think. No improvement for Vettel in the opening, in the middle sector. Rosberg has found a tiny bit. It is Alonso behind. Okay, across the line then for Vettel. Goes purple in the final sector. Stretches the lead slightly. Can Rosberg get him? He can. 0.08 of a second. Rosberg on provisional pole position. This is what I was worried about. The Lotus cars hadn't moved. Here they come now.
Drive straight out, drive straight out. Track will be clear.
Let's go.
Going just a touch early to try and break that slipstream to Alonso. Grosjean stays out of the way, that's good. Schumacher going to have problems here with Raikkonen. Ooh, just gets out of the way in time. I think he is clear for Alonso as well. 22.1 for Jensen in the opening sector. No improvements. No improvement for Schumacher. Back to the 22.2s again. Alonso's found a little bit of time. Still got the second Renault in front of us. There it is. Oh, this might be a problem. No improvement at all so far for Michael. But he's found a tiny bit of time in the middle sector. Right, cleanly through for Schumacher. Across the line for Jensen. He moves it to P5 ahead of Alonso for now, but Alonso's going to take that place back.
P5 currently. P5.
Hamilton just went purple in the opening sector.
That's a great lap, buddy.
No improvement at all for Schumacher.
After the fuel on the way in.
Going to keep Michael out there. Hamilton absolutely flying here. Alonso goes second by just 9,000ths of a second. Hamilton is looking to absolutely blitz the pole position time here. 113.4 to beat. It's a 113.2. He's nearly 3/10 quicker. What a lap from Lewis Hamilton. Webber crosses the line and improves to P5 and stretched his gap to us slightly. Michael pushing as hard as he can to try and find something. 22.6 is the quickest either of our cars have gone in the middle sector all weekend. Oh, he's out of pace. He's out of fuel. Ah, damn it. Oh, and that's actually going to hurt Grosjean. I didn't realize Grosjean was still out there. Grosjean still able to get ahead of Raikkonen. Massa into the pits to finish. So there we go. It is Hamilton on pole from Rosberg. It's an all Mercedes front row. It's Fernando Alonso in third, then Vettel ahead of Webber, Jensen ahead of Schumacher, Grosjean and Kimi, and Massa starting in P10.
"70 laps of the Canadian Grand Prix await our drivers here in Montreal."
Named after the legendary Canadian driver, the circuit Gilles Villeneuve has been host to plenty of first-time winners. Jean Alesi, Lewis Hamilton, Robert Kubica and Daniel Ricciardo all got their maiden victories here.
With a flat-out section of over a kilometre in Sector 3, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve is a track that asks, who dares brake last? And that means it's tough on tyres and brake temperatures the whole way round. Here we are, folks. We're back for another day of scintillating F1 action. It's race day.
All right, then. Not a bad qualifying, all things considered. We are very much one of the slower cars in the top teams. It's kind of fighting with Lotus for 4th fastest at the moment, behind Ferrari, Red Bull and Mercedes. Those three in a league of their own at the moment. But I think we are pretty content, I think, qualifying in 6th and 7th. That is very nice indeed. Let's see if there are any penalties or pit lane starts for anybody. No, it's as they were, very much 2x2 at the back of the grid. Williams locking off that row. So row 11 is all Marussia, row 10 all Caterham, row 9 all Williams, row 8 is all is a mix, row 7 is all Sauber, row 6 all a bit of a mix, and then 2x2 here, 2x2 here, and then 2x2 at the front as well. Yeah, interesting. Let's have a look at strategy. Very much a one-stop Grand Prix, but I would say soft to medium is the way to go. Tyre temps could be an issue. We have got some cloud cover. Probably going to look to try and stretch the soft tyres a little bit before we put the mediums on. We look to go about half distance as a kind of a plan, somewhere in that kind of range. Let me put them like that, just so I can see that visual. Go. Do I want to add fuel in? Not if it's going to be a warm one. I'm actually going to take some fuel out. 1, 2, 3, 4 laps out. We are going to go aggressive off the line just to see if we can jump somebody. I'm hoping we're going to get a safety car, but we might need to do some pretty significant fuel saving. And there we go. We are prepped and ready. I'm going to take a quick comfort break. And then when I come back, we'll get the Grand Prix underway.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. The Haas driver with a chance to impress a few people here.
There's no hiding from the fact that this is going to be a difficult one. P22 and a strong field that won't want to yield.
And it looks like we're good to go. The drivers are ready and raring to go. It's the Canadian Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
Not a good start for Michael. No, sorry, it's Jensen who had a bad start, but he does manage to just stay ahead. We don't gain any places off the line, but we don't lose any. The drivers fighting each other at the moment here. Oh, a bit of a lunge from Romain Grosjean. Let's turn that down. What's our track temperature? 57.3 degrees. Woo, boy, that is warm. So, a bit of a mixture of tyres. We've got probably slightly more starting on the softs and mediums, but the front three all on mediums. Hamilton, Alonso and Rosberg. Webber, Grosjean, Massa, De Resta, Verne and Heath on the mediums. Everyone else starting on softs.
DRS enabled. DRS. Your P6.
Do we get 2K or 4K streaming in the future? Probably not, just for bandwidth reasons.
0.4. .9.
I'm not the only person in the house using the internet, so you know, I'm going to gobble up a huge amount of the line if I'm trying to stream in 4K. We might have a slight look here with Jensen on the back of Mark Webber. Going to go around the outside. Webber does not have the DRS, but Jensen does. Nope. I live in a shared house. Two other gamers.
Well done.
Jensen can close the gap to Rosberg or not before we run out of battery. How many times in the Caterhams and Mauritius going to be lapped? Potentially quite a few. I would say at least twice, maybe 3 times. Depends. If we get safety cars, that of course allows them to unlap themselves.
Recharge on, recharge on.
Pack is low.
Pack is empty. Close, but we're just missing out on the DRS at the moment. This might give Webber an opportunity to try and punch back through again. Schumacher's staying in range of Webber, and we are slowly edging a little bit of a gap to Grosjean. We need him to keep Raikkonen at bay for a while if he can. Up the tyre pace slightly, but given these temperatures, any prolonged pace. What's going to put more heat into the tyres is potentially going to put them into a very dangerous heat cycle. So we just kind of have to be patient, I think. Now that the gap is opening up a bit, we can give Jensen a little bit more tyre, but you can see the difference. Schumacher's tyres in the dirty air, 101 degrees. Jensen's in clear air, or clearer air, 97 degrees. I think these tyres start to overheat at 106. Reichen's through on Grosjean. Got to keep an eye on engine temps as well. Including Adrian. An issue for Pastor Maldonado. And you can see Raikkonen slowly sneaking back up. That's another reason why I was hopeful that he would get held up by Grosjean for as long as possible, given that he's also on soft tyres. Dirty air does seem to be causing a little bit of a problem for Webber though, which is good. Long may that continue. And Di Resta with a fault now as well, and that is just additional wear on whatever component in his engine is feeling a little iffy. I knew he was carrying that into the Grand Prix weekend as soon as he started qualifying with it. Schumacher slipped away, so I'm going to have to spend some battery just to make sure he gets back in again. Maldonado's car gets another fault, so he's got two separate faults going on now at the same time. And Webber, free of the attentions of Schumacher, is immediately going on the attack on Jensen. Who appears to be closing in on the back of Rosberg.
Use overtake.
Let's try and keep him close. Let's turn his tyres down now that he's into that dirty air. Yeah, Alonso and Hamilton's pace has really kind of dropped off a little bit. Everyone's right back up against each other again.
Recharge on.
You see, Vettel is trying to punch his way through. He's He's up into second place.
DRS.
And Schumacher's made the move on Webber. Let's see a replay of that in a second as we have a little look at Rosberg now.
Let's take a closer look. Right, we're at turn 9. That's the location for this one. The opportunity begging to be
very
taken.
nice. Very nice.
And
Nice,
that
clean
puts them in 6th.
overtake there. Yeah, Vettel is definitely looking to start pushing to break away. His trying to punch his way through the field is what's caused them to drop back into the clutches of us. Bring us back together again. Raikkonen's now on the back of us. Massa's got ahead of Grosjean. So the top 10 all very close. A little bit of a gap opening up then to Ricciardo. I would imagine that the top 10 will stay relatively close until the first stops. We might potentially be seeing some 2 stops from other teams, but we are very much looking at the 1 stop here. As I'm sure are the Red Bulls, given their insane tyre wear. Probably the McLarens, probably the Mercedes, and maybe even the Ferraris as well. I don't know about Lotus. But I would imagine the lower down teams are going to be 2 stopping. Start a little bit of fuel saving, partly to save some fuel, partly also to just stop the temperatures in the engines from running away a little bit. Hamilton has slipped just out of range of Vettel. Can he get back in before the DRS zone? Don't think he made it. Button is slipping away a little bit more as well. Give Button a little bit more battery again.
Use overtake.
This is the downside to trying to fuel save, is that you leave yourself vulnerable to dropping out of DRS. I think we got it back.
Okay, recharge on is good. Focus on recharge.
No, we didn't. Vettel into the lead. Under pressure from Alonso, who wants that lead back though.
That's P5.
.9.
Track temperature is cooling down.
0.8.
53 degrees now.
Let's see what pace you can do.
A little bit more tyre pace as they are cooling down those tyres now. It's partly because the track temperature's dipped a bit and still falling, and also because we are not pushing in the braking zones anymore. Jensen is still looking like he's going to try and make a move though. Problem now for Max Chilton.
Has DRS, 1 second.
And this is why I wish we had just like radio text messages pop up here below the map. instead of a cutscene with Crofty going, "Oh no!" and telling us absolutely nothing. Right, we're not saving fuel anywhere near as quickly as I would like here. A little bit of a concern.
Use overtake.
Have we left ourselves too much to do on the fuel situation again? Vettel's starting to edge away from Alonso. Now he's got that gap. He should be able to actually start to try and break away, use those soft tyres to his advantage. Jensen having a look on Rosberg. And he actually got alongside, which I was not expecting considering we're in low braking zone pushing and low tyre push. And yet we still got that move done.
Stop.
Schumacher having a look at Rosberg.
1.1.
Former teammates.
1.1.
Trouble with this circuit is really hard to actually consistently break away. You can usually do it for a few laps and then inevitably you run out of battery and everyone else just starts pushing to close back up again. But Button is nicely onto the back of Hamilton. Here comes Schumacher through. Rosberg will give us the DRS again, and this time we should get him maybe here at the hairpin, but if not, certainly into the chicane. Let's see Raikkonen all over the back of Webber. Massa's now dropped 3 seconds off the pack as well.
Okay, recharge.
And there we go,
on.
Schumacher
Good.
is through. Now we've got to try and stay ahead while we close back up to Jensen again, which will be tricky. Hamilton trying to go past Alonso. Can't do it. No way through. Now we're starting to see some better fuel saving.
Recharge on.
Resta and Valtteri fighting away over P14 and 15. And now Satil's getting involved. Satil needs to get through with those soft tyres. Needs to make the most of them while he can. Got Schumacher back into the wheel tracks of Jensen. Track now 48.3 and still falling. And you can see Vettel now has definitely broken away, helped by the fact that Hamilton and Alonso are fighting desperately over P2. Gap now to 3 seconds. We are running well at the moment, but we do need to be wary of the fact that Alonso, Hamilton, Rosberg and Webber will all have soft tyres to come. Wow, actually, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll have hard tyres. Maybe they're one-stopping mediums to hards. Maybe Vettel's two-stopping. I doubt it. I mean, the insane tyre wear of those Red Bulls means they're probably one-stopping softs to mediums like us.
Use the overtake button.
Yeah. Use the overtake, Jensen.
Recharge on. use overtake.
Let's see if I can get back onto that DRS again without dropping Schumacher in the process. Ah, damn it. I think I just dropped Schumacher in the process.
And recharge should be
It'll
on.
be tight. I think we have just dropped him. Yes, we did. So we need to push again. Just wary of Rosberg, otherwise he wouldn't be quite so anal about getting him back in there again.
How's the tyre?
Car's been getting more pace in recent weeks. Well, we've been upgrading it, and we've been trying to upgrade it in a clever way, in a smart way, rather than just throwing upgrades on and seeing what sticks. I'm trying to work on improving things to round the package out a bit more. There are some tracks that are going to favour our car more than others in its current configuration, but conversely, there are going to be some tracks that are absolutely god-awful for us, you know, with the car the way it is right now. So we need to try and balance things a little bit better. Alonso and Hamilton have pretty much broken clear. Still fuel saving. Track temperature at 47 degrees. Seems to have stabilised for now. I think the dream scenario in this Grand Prix would be to somehow sneak a podium. Because to do that, we would have to beat either Alonso, Hamilton, Rosberg, or Webber. And we'd have to beat, 3 of the 4 of them to get onto the podium. And if we wanted a double podium, we'd have to beat all 4 of them. And that is a very tall order indeed.
Overtake available. He has DRS.
When can we expect track temperatures to get worse? Not until sort of planned stop here. You can see how much tyre wear we saved, though, by running in the lowest possible tyre pace for several laps earlier on, when it was blisteringly hot. And there we go. We're trusting that Schumacher can close back up in the DRS, while trying to get Michael, Jensen, a little bit closer to Hamilton again. Almost managed it. We'll do the same on the next lap, if we're not there already. Looks like we are just short again.
Overtake available.
This is a tactic I like to think of as smart deployment.
Recharge
When
on.
you've got one car that's in the DRS, the other one just outside of getting into the next car ahead's DRS, you use one car, the car in front, to push the pace in the DRS zones, knowing that the other car has got the DRS while you don't.
Overtake.
So they should be able to get closer or stay with you as you make that push, especially in double zones like this. And it allows the first car to push the pace without dropping the other car too much where it becomes unrecoverable again. And then you end up hopefully getting both cars in a strong position with only one car having had to spend its battery. Like that.
Recharge on.
So we're back into Hamilton's DRS again. He's slipped away as Alonso's going chasing after Vettel. Jensen has got the DRS this time. And Michael never lost it. Let's bring the camera back on. I didn't realise I'd left that switched off. So, lap 20 out of 70. Our tyres are in excellent shape right now. Track temperature is dipping again, look, 46.3. Down about 10 degrees now on where we started this race.
It's currently P4.
Maybe not a full 10 degrees, but certainly down a fair bit where we started. You can see, I think it's about 57 actually when we started, wasn't it? Very high.
0.9.
Going to need to do another little spurt of deployment here.
Use deploy. It has DRS.
In fact, let's push with both. And let's go on a hunt. Gio Bianchi is the first to box. So, this would indicate a two-stop. Medium tyres, they're not going to go 50 laps. So, yeah, this is a two-stop here. It's not a good one either. Problem with that front right tyre. Couldn't get it attached properly. Sticky wheel nut.
Oh, it looks like a pit stop issue.
Hamilton is once again pushing hard. Just as I was thinking there was an opportunity to try and jump him and go after Alonso, he decides to push as well. Sets the fastest lap. And we are lapping traffic. There's
We have a blue flag.
Gio Bianchi, ironically, that we just watched have a problem in the pits. Button is all over Hamilton
There's
now.
still opportunities here.
He's going to try and go around the outside, switch to the inside, into the hairpin. Not quite close enough. But Hamilton might have lost the DRS. We've certainly run out of battery.
Pack is low.
And Hamilton didn't get the DRS, so we've got an opportunity here. Hamilton covers the line. Jensen switches to go around the outside, which will become the inside on the exit of the chicane. Oh, gets that move done beautifully. And Schumacher might now have a potential opportunity as well. Hamilton immediately looking to try and fire back.
We're currently P3. Car ahead of you is Alonso.
There is Chilton exiting the pits, and oh, he gets in the way very much for Mark Webber. A little bit for Rosberg, but not too bad. But Webber definitely lost some time there.
Overtake available.
It's going to take a brave lunge here from Schumacher if he's going to get ahead. Yeah, he's not getting ahead. All right, Let's save what little battery he's got left. Couple more cars into the pits. Esteban Gutierrez and Charles Pic. See the surface of the tyres starting to look a little bit more messed up. Down to about 60% on our tyres. That's someone else exiting the pits there. And this has given Alonso a bit of breathing room, as Jean-Eric Verne and Pastor Maldonado are both into the pits. Two-stop confirmed. And two-stop confirmed. Softs to softs and mediums to mediums. Cool down Schumacher's tyres a touch more. Again, we got a little bit of clean air for Jensen, so his tyres not too bad temperature-wise. .9, track temperature dipping again, having slightly increased, and it should get a fair bit cooler now, as we've got full cloud cover rather than sort of a little bit. Ricciardo into the pits. Also probably a two-stop. Where will he feed out? Ahead of Hulkenberg, I think. There is Nico Hulkenberg. Yeah, comfortably ahead. Right, back to Jensen. Schumacher just dipping out of range. Going to need to push his battery just to make sure he stays clear of Rosberg. Oh no, we did get DRS. Okay, excellent. I thought he'd missed it. .8 and still cooling off, I think. Yeah, down to 0.7. Might even be able to think about pushing these tyres in a moment. Down to 3 kilos under fuel. So we say 2 kilos since we started. About, what, 15 laps ago? That's not bad. Start to try and up our pace a bit. Paul Di Resta into the pit lane.
Suggest reduce a bit.
Medium tyres for him. Hamilton again having a little look. Jensen again shutting him down. This is the lap I'd like to try and break away, but we don't really have a lot of battery.
Use overtake.
So this is where I hope that Schumacher can put pressure on Hamilton.
You could start pushing.
Cause him to slip away from Jensen a little bit. And if we can get Schumacher past Lewis in the process, that'll be perfect. He's having a look, actually. Didn't get it done, had to tuck back in, but that immediately then cost Hamilton a little bit of time in the braking zone. And again, you see him having to go defensive. He pulls out of the slipstream. Schumacher will try and go around the outside, which becomes the inside. Gets the move done, and I think maybe just got the DRS off the back of Jensen in the process. As Maldonado sets a new fastest lap.
Focus on recharge.
Hamilton now, having not had DRS, oh, he does have it, but is now under pressure from teammate Rosberg. That gives us a little bit of breathing room again. Once again, we're going to try and refill Schumacher's battery. Hamilton is back in range again. I'm not surprised by that. Adrian Sutil now coming into the pits. Car is working well today. Out goes Sutil on a new set of medium tyres. Getting close to the window where you could think about a one-stop. Don't think the Force Indias have that kind of capability yet, though. More traffic. This time, one of the caterums.
DRS, 1 second.
There's Guido van der Gaard. Rosberg looking to make a move on Hamilton. Oh, the back marker's not helping either of them there. Webber and Raikkonen both on them as well. And you can see the gap between Massa and Ricciardo is pretty substantial. That's more than a pit stop. Alonso now 8.5 seconds behind. Track temperature just 41 degrees now. But we've got some heat coming back in a moment. New fastest lap for Daniel Ricciardo. Hamilton gets through, but he's going to give up the DRS to do it. We're going to try and slingshot our way back through again. Hamilton's pushing, Jensen's slowing because he's charging the battery a little bit. Might make things a little trickier. But at the very least, we're again putting a gap between us and Rosberg.
We are ready for you.
Use overtake.
Recharge on.
So, at some point we need to think about when we're going to stop. We are in our pit windows now. Hamilton punches through on Jensen. Refill the battery.
Recharge on.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Do a little bit more fuel saving.
More lift and coast. use the tyre.
Let's try and push up.
Another issue developing for Chilton, so that's 3 cars now with major issues. Now we're going to use up what's left of the tyres and box for a set of mediums. And Kimi Raikkonen is the first in, and Grosjean coming in as well. Is there enough of a gap? Yes. Clean stop. It's hard tyres for Romain Grosjean. Did Kimi put on mediums? He did. So Kimi could be 1 stopping, could be 2 stopping. I think probably going for a 1. Grosjean's going the medium hard 1 stop. Jensen's battery not too far away from being full. Michael's is now pretty much there. Rosberg just out of range of us at the moment, which is good. Vettel is in a class of his own here at the front, and Rosberg's in. So, what tyres is he going to put on? Is he going hard tyres? No, he's going soft. And that, I think, is a little too early. So I think that's a 2 stop for Rosberg. I think we're looking to see him do maybe about 20 laps on those tyres and then come in for another set of softs. Track temperature starting to climb a little bit again. 44.6. We can go another lap at least with Jensen, maybe 2. Vettel's in. Ooh, that I did not expect. Medium tyres. Thought he would go another couple of laps yet. Maybe he's just been more aggressive with his tyres. Vettel, I think, has this race in his pocket. It's just a question now of whether or not he makes a mistake, as Webber comes in as well. Vettel will come out behind us, but ahead of everyone else. Hard tyres for Mark Webber. Kimi Raikkonen sets the new fastest lap. I think we should probably box this lap with Jensen. We'll go 1 more lap with Michael.
Okay, we'll box this lap, box this lap.
We had the luxury of being able to stretch these tyres just a little bit because we were gentle with them at the start of the Grand Prix, and every lap extra that we do on these tyres is one lap less we have to do on the next set.
Hamilton has pitted.
Well, Hamilton's in as well. It's a bad stop. And we're going to jump him.
Racing at pit exit.
Massa's coming in as well. So Hamilton and Massa both going medium to hard. Rosberg sets a new fastest lap. He will have leapt ahead of us, but I think Rosberg needs to stop again. Raikkonen gets through just ahead of Jensen. That's a little frustrating.
0.4. Car behind is Hamilton. He's 1.3 behind.
But we are ahead of Webber. And we're ahead of Hamilton. And there's a chance Michael might be able to stay ahead of them.
We have a
Let's get
blue
these
flag.
tyres fired up before we start thinking about fuel saving.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
In we come. Alonso's in this lap as well. 2.4, it's a decent stop. Alonso's gone hard tyres. And we've closed the gap to Alonso a little bit. I don't know if that's because he had a bad stop or not. Rosberg will go through and jump the pair of us, but again, I think he's stopping again. There's Jensen. And there's Raikkonen. And Schumacher gets out just in front. Ah, we've got a fault for Schumacher. Reduced charge rate is a temporary issue. Damn it. All right, tyres are up to temp. Into top up.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
Overtake available.
So Raikkonen, we think, is possibly two stopping. Rosberg, I'm pretty sure, is two stopping. Alonso's going to the end. We're going to the end. Hamilton and Webber should be going to the end. And we've got a yellow flag. It's a crash somewhere
There's been
on
a
track.
crash.
Of course, it's Pastor Maldonado involved. Spins and gets clipped by the Sauber. I think Gutierrez. Yeah, it's Gutierrez. De Resta has a terminal issue in that car. It depends on which part this is. If it's ERS, he'll be fine. He'll carry on. He'll just be very, very slow. But if it's anything else, we'll see him into the pits. And no penalties given between Gutierrez and Maldonado. Is this a retiring car as Button is overtaken by Hamilton? Get back on the offensive.
Use overtake.
Hamilton will not have Schumacher's DRS. De Resta is out of the Grand Prix. So whatever it was something that could not be compensated for. So that's engine or gearbox. And in he goes to retire. Alonso's pushed up onto Raikkonen.
0.9.
There's a little bit of a gap to Schumacher, 2.5
we don't
seconds,
want to
but we're
lose too
pushing
much time.
Schumacher so that the gap between him and Hamilton stays pretty consistent. Give Jensen a chance to try and get through.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
And Alonso gets through on Kimi. Kimi will get the DRS. And there is Schumacher. Hamilton's still ahead of Jensen, annoyingly. Might be an opportunity for Jensen. I don't think so. I think he's just a little too far back. He is. Schumacher is almost onto the back of the cars in front. We've got a harvest now. A top up. We're going to get that reduced charge rate as well. So this battery is not going to come back as quickly as it should. We may well run out of battery on this lap before it's finished, because we're not charging at the proper rate. And Hamilton is still keeping ahead of Jensen. So let's wait for an opportunity when he's not pushing.
Gap 0.7.
And let's save a little bit more tyre.
Make sure we get the pack back.
Another issue for Chilton. That car looking pretty sick at the moment as well. Don't know if we got the DRS to the back of Raikkonen there. I think we might have just missed it. We did just miss it. Hamilton's still not close enough to get in our DRS though, so not a massive issue. Hope that fault clears up sooner rather than later for Schumacher.
0.9. Still plenty of opportunities.
Use the overtake button.
Hamilton is sneaking away. Jensen getting just back into range again.
Recharge on.
Okay, maximum pace.
Track temperature is slowly creeping back up again. Still nowhere near as hot as it was at the start of Grand Prix. Not likely to get back to those
0.9.
temperatures, given how things are looking in the second half of the forecast here. We've got 30 laps to go. We are currently P5 and P7. But with Rosberg potentially having to stop again, and maybe Kimi Raikkonen as well, that is technically
So this is P7.
P3, P5,
1.1
if they both stop again,
is 1.7.
which is excellent, because that's a podium. And that might actually keep the board kind of sweet. Still waiting for that fault to clear. Raikkonen's back onto Kimi Alonso. Fernando Alonso. Here he goes, actually, having a look. Evening, Clark.
He's 1.3 behind.
How's it going? It's actually going quite well in this Grand Prix, as things currently are. We've got a minor issue with Schumacher's battery, which we're still waiting to clear. There we go. It's clear. Another issue for Bianchi. He had a temporary fault that was orange. Now he's got a temporary fault that's yellow. How do we know when it's cleared? The little cog symbol disappeared. Plus, we also got a message saying fault cleared. Right, we have drained our batteries. We are still going to need to save some more fuel. As Grosjean gets past Ricciardo. Ricciardo going well, actually, but he needs to stop again. He's on a two-stop strategy. Grosjean and Massa should be going to the end. So he's still about, on paper, about 18 to 20 seconds behind Grosjean.
1.0. There's still opportunities here.
We generally don't get radio issue on fault clearing. Even if there are, voice files for the driver and or engineer, we generally don't get audio confirmation of that. We just get a little text pop-up. Right, Schumacher just about keeping Hamilton at bay and starting to close back in on Kimi again. Now Hamilton's back in range. Nearly managed to break away. All right, Valtteri's in for his second stop, I believe. He's going on to center mediums to take him through. Off he goes. Hamilton is through on Schumacher. I'm okay with that. Gives me a chance to get my fuel saving and battery refilled. New fastest lap for Fernando Alonso, a 1:15.349. Jensen might have an issue getting through. No, he gets through cleanly.
.8.
So we'll let Hamilton just drift away from us slightly while we get some more fuel saving done. Still looking after the tyres, even though we technically don't need to. Just gives me that ability to be more aggressive with them later, when hopefully we'll have a tyre advantage over some of the cars in front of us. Still in a really strong position. We still think Rosberg and Rosberg and Raikkonen need to stop again. If we go on the assumption of 18 seconds for a pit stop, we are 9 seconds behind Rosberg, and only 5 seconds behind Raikkonen. Maldonado's car has a terminal issue. Oh, that's very much a terminal issue. This car's smoking more than I am.
Zero 0.9, 0.9.
I think Jensen is going to be quicker. It might be worth swapping our drivers around. I don't really want to impose team orders. As into the pits to retire comes Pastor Maldonado. There we go, he is out. So Schumacher's definitely slipped further behind than I would like. We're going to turn the tyres back up again as the pace, well, the temperature has dipped now that we have dropped into clean air. Jensen's now pretty much where he needs to be on the battery.
We can use the pace.
Surprised we haven't had any kind of safety car,
good.
VSC or otherwise, so far.
.0.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
Webber's starting to close in. I think we have to tell Schumacher to pull over and let Jensen through. Keep that team order alive from a while. And we need to burn some battery now to close back up again.
Available.
Try and break away from Webber. Again, we can save a little bit of battery with Schumacher here. He's got that DRS double zone. And there is Ricciardo making his second stop. Another set of mediums. Maybe he doesn't have any new softs left. Vern coming in as well on the same lap. And he is going soft, so that's both Toro Rossos now going to the end. Esteban Gutierrez comes in. Gap to Rosberg is getting a little too big for my liking.
tyre temperature management looking very good.
Team instruction is to hold position to the end of the race. Yes, DRS.
So here we are, starting to edge back up towards Hamilton again.
Okay, we have blue flags.
Well, Webber getting held up a little bit there. Look at the gap to Massa now. It's 10.5 seconds. It's opened up pretty significantly.
Recharge on.
And we're down to 1.2 kilos of fuel. That's a little under a lap. I think it's about 1.4 kilos around this circuit.
.5.
Plenty to play for.
$20 laps to go. Vettel still leads. If Rosberg is going to be stopping, he's going to be stopping soon.
So you're P6.
Is he going to box this lap?
1.1. 1.1.
Nope. He's carrying on. It is possible he might try and go to the end here. But those tyres will have done a huge number of laps. Let's see how long he's been on them. He's been on them since lap 30, I think. Lap 32. He boxed at the end of lap 31. So, yeah, a long way to go on those tyres. They've done 19 laps. I mean, they could go the distance, but, I mean, that's going to be pushing 40 laps by the time we get to the end of the Grand Prix. So those tyres are going to be really struggling at the end. Hulkenberg's in for his second stop. Where's he going to feed out? Behind Valtteri. Is he going to get out in front of Verne? Just, but he's going to be vulnerable into turn 3 and 4 here. And there we go. Verne gets through. Gap to Hamilton's gone back up again.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
I still think Rosberg is going to stop. I don't know about Raikkonen. He stopped around the same time. In fact, he stopped a lap early. He's done 21 laps on those tyres. They can go the distance if that car is kind on its tyres. I don't know how kind on its tyres it is. I'm going to watch the battle for P4, P5. As they go past one of the Marussias, that is Jules Bianchi. I think. Oh, no, it's not. That's Chilton. So Chilton lapped again. He's got a major issue. How many laps down is he? Let's have a look. 3 laps. 2 laps for the others. In fact, it won't be too long before Chilton gets lapped by his teammate. Another sort of 10 laps maybe. Still need a little bit more fuel, but we're not too far away from being fuel neutral. Could maybe have done with taking a little bit less fuel out, maybe 3 laps, maybe even 2 laps. I thought the second half of the Grand Prix would be a little warmer than it has been. ...16 laps to go. Still no sign of Rosberg boxing. And I think we may end up having to settle for 6th and 7th, unfortunately. Till comes in, so people are still boxing. Medium tyres. Rosberg goes again.
How's this tyre?
Those tyres are going to be suffering now, surely, for Rosberg.
Good pace.
Hamilton and Raikkonen still close, and I think they're closing in on the back of Alonso here. They are. Does that mean Raikkonen's pushing his pace because he's looking to stop, or is he just using up some pace? How's this gap happened? Well, one of the deceptive things about this circuit is if you do not have the pace of the cars that you're chasing, when you drop out of the DRS, if you aren't able to get back in quickly enough, you can end up with a pretty insurmountable odd gap to overcome. But we've been fuel saving, and we've not been really pushing the tyres, and so that's probably why the gap became a little insurmountable. But our pace should start to improve now, and we can almost get to the point where we're done fuel saving as well. Batteries are in pretty healthy shape, so we can really start to step our pace up again very soon. We're still comfortable against Webber and Massa and Grosjean. And of course, you know, our car is 4th or 5th best car on the grid, so we are definitely outperforming at the moment slightly because we're ahead of Webber and Massa. But we are behind. Well, Raikkonen is just one of those drivers that's exceptional, so it makes it easier to get more out of the car than a less proficient driver, teammate like Grosjean. Cannot wait to be done with the fuel saving. That will certainly have an impact on our pace. Rosberg might be thinking of going to the end here as Hamilton gets through on Kimi Räikkönen. That might be a bad thing. Hamilton will be quicker than Räikkönen, but if Räikkönen stays with him, Räikkönen's pace will just naturally increase slightly. Rosberg's pace is not bad, considering where he is. Now, these bars here, that shows how much we're deploying, and that shows how much we're harvesting. When they hit their limits, that means we can't deploy any more battery that lap, and means we can't charge the battery anymore that lap. Alright, there we go. We are fuel neutral with Schumacher, but we still need a little bit more with Jensen, so we'll keep Schumacher going just to have that little bit of spare fuel while we're getting Jensen where we need him to be. 11 laps to go. Still, Rosberg is out there. 1:16.4 last lap, so he's slowed down a bit. Our pace is mid-16s. Kind of matching pace at the moment. We're not pushing the pace.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
Use overtake.
Please tell me we stayed in DRS range here. Yes, we did. Good. So, let's see what our pace is. Not necessarily at the end of this lap, because we've only just started the push, but on the next lap. You can see, though, the gap to Räikkönen has come down. It's 6.7 seconds now. A 1:15.3 and a 1:16.1 for Michael. Pace this lap will be much stronger. And we've got a ton of spare fuel, spare tyre to play with now as well. So we really can be quite aggressive in the next few laps. Really be aggressive. Chilton with another major issue.
We can push.
He has now been lapped by Jules Bianchi. Ten laps to go as Vettel crosses the line. Is Rosberg staying out again? Yes, he is. Those tyres have got to be really struggling now. Alonso is less than 2 seconds behind. Hamilton has broken away from Räikkönen. That's good. 1:17.5. Yeah, Rosberg's tyres really, really struggling now. I think he's going to try and go the distance and might risk a puncture here. New fastest lap for Michael Schumacher, a 1:14.8. We took 1.8 seconds out of Kimi Räikkönen on that lap.
So you are P6 at the moment, currently P6.
Another issue for Bianchi.
Gap 4.5.
Faults just keep coming for both of those Marussias.
1.0 behind.
Focus on recharge.
And the gap to Räikkönen is just 4 seconds.
Okay, use deploy.
away. Whichever Force India you are. It was Satil.
Recharge on.
3 seconds the gap. Another 117 for Rosberg. Alonso's pace not that much quicker. I think he's starting to get some turbulence and dirty air. Hamilton's now within a second of Alonso, so we're going to have a fight for the podium brewing any second. Three-way fight for second, third and fourth. This is cool with the tyres off the touch. Track at 45 degrees is not too bad. Remaining. Gap is 3 seconds. Another 17.5 for Rosberg. This time Alonso is where he needs to be. There will be an overtake attempt coming. Here he comes. Is he going to have a move? He thinks about it. Backs out of it.
Okay, maximum pace now.
Track temperatures are going to cool off again in a couple of minutes. There's traffic ahead. This could play a role. Oh, did Rosberg manage to get DRS off the back of Jean-Eric Verne there? I don't know. His pace has definitely improved to 1:15.7. He's fighting for his life. He did get the DRS. But he just does not have the same amount of grip as Alonso. And he's under real pressure here. Rosberg is clearly going to try and take those tyres to the end. Hamilton's pace has dipped. Oh, here's a lunge on the braking zone. No, just a little threat. More traffic up ahead. Oh, and that's going to hurt Fernando, or is it? Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, it does. It does hurt Fernando. I don't think he was able to get DRS this lap. Rosberg will live to breathe another lap. Five laps to go. Raikkonen's upped his pace again. And Rosberg's in. Right, what were those tyres at? We need to see. Oh, yeah, 27%. He was very much risking a puncture. But this is a bad strategy call from Mercedes. To keep him out that long, I was extremely doubtful those tyres would go that distance. Rosberg's going to drop
5
out,
laps to go.
possibly behind Webber. But he will be blisteringly quick. That fastest lap we set with Schumacher, yeah, it's going to get destroyed. There's Webber. Oh, sneaky little jink across there from Rosberg to keep him behind. He's 8.5 seconds behind us. Raikkonen's pushed onto the back of Hamilton. Five seconds is the gap again. It's too far for us, I think.
How's the tyre doing?
We're just going to give everything we've got now, see if we can try and sneak back up again. If those two have a collision, or one of them locks up as a result of the pressure, there they are, then it might give us an opportunity. Raikkonen trying to get on the podium.
That's 4 laps to go.
Webber has not been able to get through, and I think his opportunity has probably gone now, because as soon as those tyres are fired up, Rosberg should start to break away. Unless he doesn't have any battery left. Vettel has a pit stop in hand over Alonso. If he wanted to, he could box for a set of soft tyres and go for the fastest lap and still probably win this Grand Prix. We are closing in, but I don't think we'll be able to do anything when we get there. No, that's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Button is out of battery. Schumacher's got
Pack is low.
a little bit left.
3 laps to go. 3 laps. Recharge on.
Webber's still with Rosberg, but this might be the lap that Rosberg's able to break away. He's so much quicker through those opening corners, and there we go. That's the 1 second already. This is the lap that Rosberg breaks away. But I don't think he's going to catch us. Can we catch Kimi? Probably not. Unless he's really shredded those tyres. His pace has dropped right off. Look, 1:17.1 that last lap. If that pace continues, yes, we will catch him. But I don't know if that's actual consistent pace. It might be that he just got held up with traffic. Schumacher's now out of battery. He's right onto the back of Button again. Two laps to go.
2 laps to go. You're doing well, mate. You're doing well.
Hamilton's now pushed on to fight with Alonso. Hamilton going for the second step of the podium. Rosberg is 2.5 seconds clear. Didn't set the fastest lap though. He was barely quicker than Schumacher on that last lap. Hamilton gets through and gets the DRS. If Kimi's got any battery left, he will be burning it now. We don't, unfortunately. We'll give out
Use
everything we've got
overtake.
left. Also just out of DRS range as we approach the final lap for these two. There's Kimi, there is Jensen, there's Michael.
1.1 now.
We've taken a second out of Raikkonen on that last lap, but it's not enough.
Here. Last lap.
117.2. Oh, it's so close. If we can just get the DRS, we might have an opportunity.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
1.2. Oh, so close. If we can get the DRS into the hairpin, then we might have a chance. We're in range. We're out of battery now.
0.9.
Schumacher's not close enough to get the DRS. He's not going to be able to make the move.
Lift off, end of straight.
Kimi might just be too far ahead. He's too far ahead. He just had enough battery left at the end to stay ahead of us. There's a 1:16.7 across the line. It's 5th and 6th, though. That's a pretty decent result. Helped with Rosberg
Well done, mate.
messing up his strategy. We've still beat him and Webber and Massa, though. That's important. We almost got ahead of Kimi.
Great job today.
I'm relatively happy with that. It's a little disappointing. I thought we might at one point be on for potentially challenging for a podium, and in the grand scheme of things, I mean, we were what, 5 seconds behind Hamilton? Yeah, only 5 seconds behind Hamilton. 6 seconds, sorry. We were less than 5 seconds off the podium. I think we can be pretty proud of that, and we have got more upgrades coming. Not a bad result, I think. Board won't see it that way, but I'm relatively happy with that result.
And on our screens at the moment, the McLaren driver.
Yeah, and in the end, it was a finish in P6, which will bring in a few points.
Now, Karun, with that result in mind, what would they be feeling like down at McLaren?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
And that's it for this weekend's F1 action here in Montreal.
For the next round, we're heading back to the heart of the UK. Get ready for a race to remember in Silverstone, the cradle of Formula One.
So, confirmation of the final result. It is another win for Seb. Hamilton takes second place ahead of Fernando Alonso. Raikkonen up 5 places to take 4th. That's a good result for him and for Lotus. Jensen and Michael both gaining a place, and we did manage to keep the fastest lap, surprisingly. Rosberg down to 7th after a bad tyre strategy call from Mercedes. Webber down in 8th. Never really looked that quick today. Not complaining by any stretch of the imagination, but a bit of a distant 8th place. 9th place for Massa. Massa was never really in the running today. And then Grosjean managing to get the final position in 10th for the last point. Then it was Ricciardo, best of the rest, in 11th, and a lap down. So the top 10, all the points finishers getting through on the same lap, but they're the only ones who did. Then Valtteri in 12th, Hülkenberg 13th, 14th for Adrian Sutil, 15th for Verne, 16th for Gutierrez, 17th for Van der Garde, 18th for Peak, 19th for Bianchi, and 20th for Max Chilton, who ended up 4 laps down. Some major issues in that car. The other back markers down by 2 laps. And then 2 retirements, both with terminal issues in their engine. Paul di Resta and Pastor Maldonado. Maldonado's with a spectacular engine failure. Huge plumes of smoke everywhere. Right. Let's take a look at the driver standings. So, win number 5 out of 7 for Seb. Puts him on 158 points at the top. Hamilton second on 106. He has a win so far this season. Alonso in third is 9 points further back with 97. Webber, with the other race win this year, sits in P4, 81 points. He's just 7 points ahead of Rosberg, who sits in P5 on 74. Raikkonen closest to within 20 points of Rosberg, thanks to doubling his points tally today. He's now on 54 points. Schumacher, with 8 points, gets up to 42. Jensen moves above Felipe Massa. 10 points puts him on 38, just 4 behind his teammate. Massa on 34 points, down a place despite picking up 2 points today. Then it's Grosjean with 19 points in 10th. The only other driver to have scored points so far this season is Paul di Resta. He stays in 11th. Everyone else in from 12th down has yet to score. And that order is Ricciardo moving above Sutil, thanks to his 11th place finish today. Then it's Verne, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Gutierrez, Beek, Van der Gaard and Chilton. With Maldonado and Bianchi, the last 2 drivers. Let's take a look then at the constructors. Red Bull, 239 points. They picked up 29 today, outscoring everybody else, despite Webber's pace not being great. Once again, the win for Seb balancing out the little bit of lack of pace from Webber. They sit currently a nice 59 points clear of Mercedes, who are on 180 points. Ferrari in third have 131. In fourth, we sit with 80 points. We outscored Lotus by 5 today and have now got a 7-point gap over them. And Force India in sixth with 4 points. Once again, no one else has scored, so it is Toro Rosso from Sauber, Williams, Caterham and Marussia. Right, pit stops. We got 1 driver on the leaderboard. Schumacher's 2.48, good enough for 8th place and 4 points. Best stop goes to Caterham. Their pit crew is looking very good, isn't it? At the moment, Sauber second, Red Bull taking third, Force India fourth, Toro Rosso in fifth, Marussia sixth, Williams in 7th and 9th, the only team to get 2 cars home in the top 10, and Lotus taking the final point. Let's see what the standings look like. We stay top, and we stretch our lead over Ferrari, who failed to score today, by another 4 points. So we now sit 20 points clear from Ferrari. Caterham up into third over Red Bull by 7 points. They're on 102. Red Bull on 95. Williams with 78, 64 for Toro Rosso. Force India on 46, moving 10 points clear and a place above Lotus. They're on 36. Sauber getting ahead of Mercedes. They're on 30 points. Mercedes on 18. And Marussia get their first points of the season, but they're still bottom, but now with 8 points. And then we see Jensen's one and only stop, about a tenth off getting onto the leaderboard nearly. So not a great stop, but not horrendous. Both drivers also hitting their sponsor targets quite comfortably, 8th and 9th. Another 1.375 mil to add to the bank. We'll head back to HQ and start prepping for Silverstone, and maybe have a look at maybe getting another part into development as well. Right, we have a spare front wing. Very nice. Anything else? No. All right, so Silverstone is up next. We've got a nice little 3-week break, 18 days to the next Grand Prix. Let's check in with the inbox first of all. Let's see. The cars came through completely unscathed. No aero parts breaking. That's excellent news. Predicted finish for Schumacher was 8th. We finished in 6th. Predicted finish for Jensen was 9th. We finished in 5th. Very good. Both drivers chipping in a pretty consistently similar level of points as the season carries on. That's also good. So we don't have one driver that's doing all the work and the other one kind of just not really contributing. So we've got 2 spare front wings in stock now. Let's clear off all the emails. And now let's see just how miserable the board are. Not looking forward to this. It's another disappointed. Why? I'm doing the best I can with what I've got. You know, I'm outscoring some of the teams around us, despite the fact that the car is nowhere this year in terms of front-running pace. Yeah. It is what it is, isn't it? I can foresee them really getting to the point where they're going to lose confidence with us. This is a bit frustrating. These are going to drop right before, or right after we go to Silverstone. So let's see if we can improve that. There we go, 17 days. And 17 days. I want to get those 2 into production before we go to Silverstone, so we don't lose 3 days, or 2 days in this case. They will drop on the Saturday, and then we can't do anything until we get back on the Monday. This way we get them a day early, we get them on the Thursday, and we can put them into production, assuming we have the money, straight away. We're very, very close to the end of the month, so we're about to get a little bit of payment through from the boards. 28 days from the front wing. Let's check ahead to the calendar. That's the wrong button. That's what I wanted. And let's see when that's going to drop. So there, the front wing will drop before we go to Austria. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I would need to accelerate that by 2 days minimum. Can I maybe do that? Yes, I can. Let's do it 3 days, so we got a chance to get spare at the Grand Prix itself. There we go. How many engineers do I have left? Not sure how many we've got. Let's have a look. Oh, we've got a full team of 10. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep that going then. Nicholas Hennell, our new aero guy, will hopefully have a really positive impact on our parts going forward. Let's have a look at scouting. We did look at somebody, didn't we? Oh, we were negotiating with Alan Permain. We did look at Salva's Steve Nielsen, but his rating wasn't really high enough to justify making the offer, and his buyout fee was a bit pricey as well. Let's go back to technical chiefs. Is Nui now negotiable? Not yet. Not yet. We are going to break the bank for him at the earliest opportunity. We might have to wait till sort of July before we can make him an offer, I think. How are we doing over here? Everything is looking pretty healthy, but we don't have the funds to do an upgrade yet. Everything here is good. Boardroom upgrade, 6 days away. That'll drop in time for Silverstone. Hospitality's okay. Everything here's okay. Alright, it's advance time. That's a spare chassis. So we should have a couple of those spare now, or one spare, while we're waiting for the new ones to come through. And same for side pods. We've got 2 spare side pods. Okay. Right, emails. How are our affiliates getting on? Good. Improvement for Mick. Gains a point in smoothness, a point in overtaking, defending, and reactions. Reactions up to 50. That's excellent. Gonna need to work on his adaptability and his braking soon. But we'll keep going on this for a little bit longer. Gary Paffett with some drops in performance. Magnussen gains a point in adaptability, which seems ridiculous. Magnussen not known for his wet weather skill. Drivers, main drivers. Oh, look at that. Schumacher's gained a point in reactions. Lovely. Very nice. Yeah, you look at these stats. He's up 4 points in cornering, 3 points in braking, down a point in control, up a point in smoothness, up 3 points in adaptability, 6 points there. Up 14 points in defending. Reactions now the same. Accuracy down a point. Yeah, Schumacher should theoretically be quicker than Jensen, but we're just not seeing that. This is a little strange. Right, we're up to 5.2 mil. So let's look at getting another part done in a moment. We need to ignore that email because it's never accurate. Let's see. Manisha Kaltenborn is talked about here. They've got a new design center upgrade at Salva. Interesting. What's Claire Williams up to? Saying it's tough and they need to turn it around. 9th in the constructors, 16th and 21st. Yeah, Maldonado has been a disaster for them this season. Really not been good at all. Yet to chip in any point. Well, Valtteri's not chipped any points either, but the team is not fast enough for points at the moment. But there are 5 places between the two drivers, which is not what you want to see. Pit crew training. Let's get that plotted in. So let's have a look at our fatigue level. At the start of the month, it's nicely zeroed out. Start with some very heavy focus on speed. Try and speed up these stops as best we can. We are currently top in this competition and we want to continue to stay top as long as we can. That extra 12 million at the end of the season would be very nice indeed. And then I think we might be a little bit over here. Yeah, we are. Okay, so we can take a couple of these sessions down. There we go. Going to Silverstone with no fatigue. And let's see what we want to do on the way out. Let's start with a day of car building. Don't want to neglect it too much this year, but we don't want to focus on it too much either. It's all about speed and skill on the stops themselves. Might be pushing it a little bit here. Half a day of training in here. Perfect. There we go. So we will run into Austria, having taken our pit stop time down below 2.49 seconds, 2.495. Chance of mistake reduced to 11.6. Car building improved slightly. Gaining some skill points here nicely as well. That's all good. And then obviously that will fall away slightly as the month progresses as we go into the weekend. But at least we will have made those gains there. And then this is just fatigue that's showing that chance of mistake slightly going back up again. The downside is that the month ends here, which means that we will probably carry quite a bit of fatigue into the next month, unfortunately. Can't be helped, but maybe we can get a good run after Austria. Let's have a look at the calendar after Austria. So we'll have a little bit of time to cool things down fatigue-wise again before we go to Hungary. Then another 2-week gap before we go to Spa. And then we go into our summer break. And then we'll have back-to-back races in Monza and Singapore. I'm trying to remember what circuit Singapore is supposed to be standing in for. That might be Korea. I'm not sure. No, I think Baku's in for Korea. Yeah, that would make sense. Korea, then Japan. So, oh no, Singapore was on the calendar at this point, wasn't it? Yeah, so that is actually the Singapore Grand Prix. So we've got our stand-in here for Korea. And then we've got another big break. And then we go to Mexico and then Abu Dhabi. And then that's it. A big break after Abu Dhabi before we go to Kota and then Brazil for a double header to finish the season off. This is something I really would like to see, is not just the ability to change the Grand Prix, but to change when they happen as well. You can't set the dates, so you end up sometimes when you run a reduced calendar with these massively large gaps here. We've got a bigger gap here than we do in the mid-season break. So, yeah. Or just as big, if not bigger. A big old gap that we can't really do anything about. And that certainly wouldn't have existed like that. Plus, we have races back-to-back that would not have been back-to-back. There was no way we would have gone back-to-back from Monza to Singapore. That would have been a 2 to 3 week gap. So, yeah, being able to actually choose exactly where those races fit in the calendar would be great. And it also would make it easier to avoid situations like this, where we get money dropping on a day where we can't do anything about it. Which means that if we go back to where we are on our next payment, here, we may well have to mod some money in. Which I don't like doing, but if the game isn't going to give us the opportunity to actually try and get it properly, then we have to do the workaround, unfortunately. So we've got our 2 new parts that are going to drop the day before we go to Silverstone. I need to keep some money aside for that. If we want to get another part going, we want it to be an intense build, which means we're going to need to spend a minimum of 3 million. We don't have enough to do an intense build on a front wing or a rear wing. That would be 5.4 million, and we don't even have that yet. Plus, it would mean that we wouldn't be able to really get those other upgrades going. So, that means underfloor or suspension. I would suggest that maybe we need to do an underfloor, because we're only on a Mark II, and we're looking at Mark IV parts already. So, let's take a look at what we can do here. We are going to have to make some sacrifices in a couple of areas, I think, in terms of expertise gains, just to try and balance things out a little bit. At the moment, we are gaining on every part of the car there, which is nice. And then acceleration's down slightly, but we can gain some of that back with the weight change. Let's see if we can maybe figure out where we need to improve the most. Let's take a look at our current underfloor and also where our car is weak and strong. So it's pretty even across the board in terms of downforce. That's certainly an area we need to focus a little bit more. Let's dive into the warehouse, look at the current underfloor, and see. Yeah. Those are... the downforce is the main area we need to focus on. So, let's go ahead and start a new underfloor. This is performance we know we can gain. Whereas the suspension, we need to break our current kind of suspension to get it back in the future. And I don't really want to do that yet. I think that might be a job for next season instead, when things will balance themselves out a bit better. So let's see if we can maybe push our downforce generation up. At a slight expense elsewhere. And then if we were to soften the life of that down to 2.4, that gives us some better gains. We lose a touch of dirty air, which I'm prepared to do, because our dirty air performance is very, very good at the moment. Downforce is certainly lacking a bit more. Let's go with that. And again, we want to go intense to really try and improve our future experience with these parts. There we go. And that will drop in 29 days. Let's check the calendar to see when that's going to be. It's going to drop there on the Sunday. Let's see if we can bring it forward to the Friday. So I need to bring it forward 3 days. Sunday, Saturday. That might do it, actually. Just bringing it forward 2 days rather than 3. And that would drop it on the Friday, wouldn't it? Let's confirm that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We're 1 day away from our facility upgrade. The boardroom is a little bit happier. It's the maximum level it can go to now. So the board is still pissed at us. We're in real trouble. They see race confidence gain goes up by an extra 5% as a result of that final upgrade there. Tom Stallard goes up to an 85. Let's have another check. Now that we're into June, let's have another quick look at the state of Adrian Newey. Still not interested, still recently started a contract. Yeah, let's try again in July. Hopefully we'll get to a point then where we can make him an offer. Ooh, something purple in the inbox. I don't like that. Oh, no, I do like that. Alan Permain is like, yeah, I'll come join you. It will cost me a fair bit of cash. Let's acknowledge for now, just in case that's higher than it should be. Let's go to scouting. Go to sporting directors. Find Alan Permain. There he is. Go to negotiations. And we have saved a... actually, no, it's about what we thought. So it's about the same, 1.7. So we are replacing... we're paying out 350k to sign Alan Permain as a signing on bonus. And that 1.35 is the cost to break Sam Michael's contract. There we go. Alan Permain joins McLaren. Let's immediately address his current training. And let's see. Yeah, we want him on drill planning, training and leadership. There is 2 weakest areas. There we go. A little bit more to do before we finish. we are short on cash. We've only got 647k, but it might be enough to get one of each part done by the time we get there. Fingers crossed. We can certainly get one of them started. I'd like to get them both started if possible. I don't think we're going to have enough. 740k. Ooh, I don't think we can do it. Side pods cost 450. Chassis cost 550. Can't afford it. Damn. Alright, well, chassis take longer. So we'll get the chassis started. We can only afford to get one done. It won't let me try and do the side pod, unfortunately. Ah. You see, it's worth a little bit of extra speed, a tiny bit more engine cooling, a fraction more downforce. The chassis is worth, as you can see, quite a nice little gain there. An extra 0.3 kilometers an hour, a little bit of acceleration, a little bit of DRS. No low speed impact, but a tiny bit more medium and high speed, and a fraction more engine cooling as well. So a pretty effective part. And then again, because we've just been doing these with intense builds, the next one of those should be potentially even better, in theory. Alright, so one more day. We will have to wait till the side pods are done. To get the side pods done after we come back from Silverstone, it would seem. Simply because we do not have the cash. Weather forecasts, cold but not expecting rain. Oh yeah, air temperature 17 degrees. Let's have... it's a very wet Friday, Saturday, isn't it? The temperature's there, but not the weather. And then the weather's there, but not the temperature on race day. So, maybe a two-stop then to push the tyres rather than a one-stop if it's going to be cold. We've got a way to go now until we get to that point. We will be returning to this save file next Monday. Quite a way off. We should have had a race yesterday, but you know, I overslept and didn't wake up till like 10:15 in the evening. So that's why there was no stream yesterday. There is your current top 7 in each of the championships. Seb ahead of Hamilton and Alonso, Red Bull ahead of Mercedes and Ferrari. We are 4th in the constructors, 7th in the drivers, and 8th as well, I think, as well. But not too bad. You know, a pretty good result today. Tomorrow we return to our Cadillac file to complete our 6th and final season. We have 3 rounds to go, so that is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then that series is done. So what will happen from next week onwards is one of two things. If we have the tested and stable update file for the 2026 database, then we will start that series with the new cars, etc. next week. If not, if that's not ready, then we will just continue with extra races in the 2013 series until that is done. This series here is going to run for at least 3 seasons because we are trying to get title number 8 for Michael Schumacher before he retires forever. So we'll see. We'll see which of those two happens. We've got a week and a half, or well, no, just over a week, because we'll be back on this file on Monday and Tuesday next week, and then it'll be whether or not it goes live on by Wednesday as to whether or not we start the 2026 series. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. One quick note as well before we do go. Let's just showcase a couple more mods that have dropped. So if I open up Overtake, pop the display, we have got a couple more FN26 liveries available. There is also, depending on when you last saw this, we got a 2015 livery for the Mercedes on the current models of cars, 24 models, which is quite nice. So that becomes a potential livery update for us in the future on this series. And then we have some FN26 models. We've got a purple Mercedes instead of silver on the trim there. We have a couple of concept liveries as well. We have quite a nice Ferrari concept on the FN26s with the prancing horse on the side there. IBM, HP and Shell all also in white. I do quite like that, actually. It's quite a nice looking livery. So we may well pocket that one for the future. And just dropped yesterday evening is a concept for McLaren on the FN26s as well, based off their WEC livery. So you can see the old school and the modern versions running that livery. And then this is the car itself. Looking pretty nice indeed. And that's just the sun reflecting rather than an actual silver patch. So just black and orange. You know, nice, simple, but effective looking livery with the old school spot for the driver number there. I don't see a driver number on the rear of the car. Maybe that's just something that got missed off. It is. It's something that got missed off on the back. We'll have to drop that as a comment in there, I think. But yeah, some more extra liveries there for you guys on Overtake as well. So I hope you have enjoyed tonight's stream. If you have, a thumbs up, always appreciated. If you haven't yet subscribed, hit that subscribe button and click on that bell for notifications on live stream start times as well. I'll be back tomorrow with the return of our Cadillac season for the final run of the last 3 Grand Prix. We'll be back at the usual time of that for 8 PM. Until then, though, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll see you all again with some more F1 Manager very soon.